Yeah, I mean, if you got a good use case, then yeah. I'll say no for now, Megan.
Okay. Use of unit officer Jason Davis, he's running a little behind. He will be in the
Okay.
Is that on the last case?
No, that's on Dodd Brown.
All right.
He had an appointment that's holding him, but
Are you able to let him know he doesn't need to come?
yes, I can make a phone call or I'll
Or shoot him an email or something? Yeah, thank you.
On Zoom, there is a Raimundo Garcia. And I'm going to identify this person on the cell phone. Sir, on the cell phone, sir or ma'am on the cell phone 4835, can you identify yourself? And you'll have to unmute. On the cell phone 4835, can you identify yourself and you'll have to unmute? Put him in the waiting room. And
final paid invoice. So I guess
Ma'am, on 7880, would you identify yourself for the courtroom? On
Can you hear me?
4047, yeah, I'm talking to you. What's your name?
Ramondo Garcia.
Garcia. Raimundo Garcia.
No.
And what case are you here on, Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, yes.
What case are you here on? We don't know, but we know that that is not Mr. Austin. And on 4835, would you identify yourself on the cell phone? With the number ending 4835. And you'll have to unmute. Right, we don't get a response there. All right, so Ms. Schroeder, have you had any contact with Mr. Austin?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, no, I do not have I don't have a phone number for him.
All right.
And he was in custody at the last court date, so.
All right, and do we know where he was in custody at the last court?
Ingham County Jail.
Ingham County
And he
Jail.
was released according to the online system, so.
And when day was he released on? Do we know?
Let me see my notes real fast here. I don't know. I want to say it was Friday, but I can.
All right.
I do believe I gave a note, November 8th.
All right, so we have that released this Friday, correct?
He's like,
All right. So at this time, it would appear based on the council's representations, I do not see or hear any representative of Tony Austin in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. Based on council's representations, our client is not here today. Ms. Wilson, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd be requesting an immediate bench warrant. The lead charge in this matter is resisting and obstructing the police officer. It is classified as an assaultive offense. Additionally, it doesn't appear that there's a phone number that Ms. Schroeder would be able to reach Mr. Austin at, so I don't know that he would be able to get you within 48 hours.
All right, Ms. Schroeder, any response?
Did you have the officers here?
Yes.
You did? Okay, I thought you just said the military guy.
Okay,
Okay,
no, I checked. He's here.
okay. Your Honor, I'd still ask for the 48-hour hold in hopes that Mr. Austin would reach out. I did give him our number when he was still in custody and had indicated if, as soon as he got a phone number to him to reach out. I would like to give him a little more time to see if he will reach out because he is homeless. Well, he has an address, but it is not, it's a place he's going to try to
All
stay.
right. Based on the nature of the charge and that this is an assault, battery, wound, resist, obstruct, or opposed, I'm going to issue the immediate bench warrant and bond forfeiture for Mr. Austin. There has not been sufficient or any contact with him, it appears. And we don't have an address or current address so there's some concern about him appearing in general. He was lodged the last time we saw him and then released as of Friday, which of course is not Mr. Austin's fault or Ms. Schroeder's fault, but it does give us a worry about whether he's formed any indication that he's going to appear. So I'll issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture on the matter for the fail to appear. Anything else for the record in 2403-260, Ms. Wilson?
Half of the people.
Ms. Schroeder.
I have an address for him. I don't know if the court wants that now or sometime in the future. But
I had that he was unemployed and then we didn't have an address and then there was I think an East Michigan address. Do you have a Kalamazoo address?
I have an address on Washtenaw, which is what he gave me.
That's brand new.
Apartment B.
So let's update for that with that address then.
The address he gave me was 3031 Washtenaw, Apartment B, Lansing, Michigan. I don't know. I don't have the zip.
All right.
But that was the contact information he's able to give me. Apparently that'd be someplace he could stay.
All right. I'm going to indicate that was the last known address to the PD. Thank you, Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in docket 2403-260, Ms. Wilson?
Half the people.
Ms. Schroeder.
Self-defense. Thank
All
you.
right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Yeah.
Each side has to wait. They're not really ready, so
That's what Nancy told me.
Yeah, so we'll just issue.
Issue her, but I discovered, sounds good. And then Don Brown, outreach.
He probably wants to run it.
On 7880, can you identify, are you Raymundo Garcia again?
Yes, yes, I'm sorry,
Okay,
we were
what-
having problems with our other phone.
All right, and what case are you here on, or are you just observing today?
It is the city of Lansing versus, BMG Properties LLC.
Yeah, I don't think that's today, ma'am. We're on preliminary examination day, which is November 14th. What day is your case set for?
Okay.
We were in on 10:15 and I was told it was today at 9 a.m. was the next hearing.
On November 14th?
Yes.
What's the name of your case? And let's look it up. I'll look it up. So
It
you're-
is BMG Properties LLC or
BMG
City of
Properties
Lansing.
LLC versus?
Yeah.
Versus
we're the
who?
defendant. It's the city of Lansing.
And what's your
It's
name?
quoted-
Raimundo Garcia.
Raymundo Garcia.
Is there a ticket number? Oh, what do you call it? A case number?
Yeah.
Do you have a case number at the top of your paperwork?
Yes, it's 24.
What's that, Kate? Is that 24?
Yes. 000
24 000
4551 ON.
4551. Said 24 000
ON.
And what are the last two letters?
ON.
ON. All right, stand by, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, just so I know, we have court date on the dealership with the tenant. And that way, they shouldn't buy it for the time. Roger, that's tied December 5th. We go to court with him.
You're gonna have to stop talking because you're on the Zoom courtroom. So you have to stop
sorry.
talking or mute yourself.
Sorry.
We don't have you on our docket today. You should probably call the 54A criminal department. I think you're in the wrong courtroom for the wrong date, but we can't find your hearing date. But we have only felony bindovers on Thursdays today.
Thank you.
Okay.
So you
All
should
right,
call,
thank
you
you.
should call the 54A criminal division.
Okay.
Thank you for your help.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402478. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Monty Davidson. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Donnelly.
Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of the defendant who isn't present.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've received communication from Nancy Hamilton with the Ingham County Parole Office, and she indicated that Mr. Davidson let his tether die as part of his parole and has absconded from parole. He has not appeared today. It seems that he's in the wind. I'd request an immediate bench warrant.
Ms. Donnelly, any response?
Your Honor, that is all. Well, I know that he is in absconder status. That's what is showing on the Otis website. So that's been since October 30th. I haven't been able to get in contact with him. So no objections.
All right, this was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 10:06. And based on the representations of counsel and the indication that he is there is absconder status for Mr. Davidson through the Department of Corrections, I'm going to issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the defendants failed to appear today. Anything else for the record in 24-02-478, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Donnelly?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
I even have one Bartley.
Yeah.
And then we have Uber off. Oh, you want to do Bruce
Can we call
first?
Bruce first?
Yeah. That's going to be treated as a PCC.
It's at
Okay,
9.
on Thomas Bruce?
Yes.
It'll be a very short.
All right, we're treating that as the PCC.
That's correct.
This is failed to appear and then per email, I won't place that on the record. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03-294. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Thomas Bruce. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Mr. Bruce, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Thomas Bruce, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a indicated for probable cause conference. We had a previous probable cause conference on November 7th. It appears the defendant failed to appear at that probable cause conference. Then we received a notification on November 7th that the defendant may have been at Havenwick Hospital. And so we've left on the message indicates left on for PE for attorneys to discuss. It appears that you've treated this as a probable cause conference. So Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. That's correct. We are treating today as a probable cause conference. I believe at this point we'd be requesting a prelim date.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I have the defendant was failed to appear, and so we're not asking. That must have been set aside, or I don't know what happened with that.
I believe that warrant was set aside after after the court received communication from the hospital. People have no objection to that. It sounds like Mr. Bruce was in the hospital until just a couple days ago.
All right, and so regardless, this would be a good cause adjournment.
It would, yeah.
So the people are satisfied that Mr. Bruce was at Havenwick Hospital. We'll good cause adjourn this, and then we'll set this for preliminary examination.
That's correct.
All right, and prelim set for
December 12th at 8:30.
December 12th at 8:30. So we'll set this for preliminary examination on December 12th at 8:30. Anything else for the record, and that this is adjourned for good cause because of some of the medical complications? Anything else for the record in 24-03-294, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bruce, we'll see you on that December 12th date.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is that Mr. Uberoff?
That's correct.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03-261. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Scott Uberoff. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Mr. Uberoff, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Scott Uberoff, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have the complaining witness here today. The people are ready to proceed with the preliminary exam.
All right. Is there any preliminary matter to be brought to the court's attention from either party, Ms. Wilson?
I anticipate a mutual sequestration order. At this time, the only witness in the courtroom is the complaining witness, who was my first witness.
All right, and Mr. Goodrich?
That is accurate, Your Honor. We would like to request the mutual sequestration.
All right, so with the only one witness, I'll leave it to counsel to let the court know if any other witness shows up and comes in and should not be present while another witness is testifying, will invoke the sequestration. Right now, the only witness is the witness who's going to testify. With that understanding, Ms. Wilson, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Roberta Brzee.
All right, Ms. Frazee. You stand right here and spell your first name and your last name for the record.
ROBERTA. Crazy, F as in Frank, R-A-C as in Zebra.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right, please have a seat. Ma'am, you're a little soft-spoken, so I'm going to have you project to the back of the courtroom as best you can. And the microphone doesn't amplify, it's only for the recorder. So do the best you can, all right, ma'am? All right. Ms. Wilson, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Roberta, I want to bring your attention back to October 25th of 2024. Were you in a romantic relationship at that point?
Totally.
Can you say that a little bit louder?
Totally.
Totally? Okay. And who was that with?
Mr. Scott, Zebra.
Okay. And how long were you together?
Approximately 6 months.
And do you have a good idea of what he looks like?
Yeah.
Would you recognize him if you saw him today?
Yeah.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out and describe something he's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing a gray shirt and he's got a beard. No.
Your Honor, I request the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
So you're gonna have to, for whatever reason, we didn't pick that up.
Oh, we
So,
didn't?
yeah.
Okay.
So,
I can, is
Okay.
there a certain point you want me to back up to?
I gotta see louder.
She's trying to hide.
Gotcha.
Can't
Okay.
hear her.
Gotcha. Would you recognize him if you saw him today?
Yes,
And do you see him here in the courtroom?
yes, he's sitting right over there and he's got a gray shirt on and he has a beard.
Your Honor, I'd request the witness request the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
any objection to the witness identifying the defendant for purposes of prelim, Mr. Goodrich?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, the witness has identified the defendant for prelim purposes.
And what was your living arrangement like at that point?
He had been living with me since May
And where were you living?
at Somerset Apartments in Lansing.
And do you know the address for that?
Yes, it's 1401 West Holmes Road, apartment 306, Lansing.
You said that's in Lansing? Is that a yes?
Yes,
Is that in Am County,
yes, it is.
state of Michigan?
Yes,
And do you recall making a report to police on that October 25th date?
I had called police to tell them that that he was being obnoxious and he wouldn't leave my apartment. Well, they didn't do anything and they said he had to stay there. But that when they did arrest him, I wasn't. on call.
Objection. I believe the witness is going far beyond the question at this point.
I can back up your.
Okay, we'll raise the question. Thank you.
So, at some point, did police come out
Yes,
and did you talk to them?
yes.
And what was that about?
I just let them know that he was being obnoxious and he was drinking and he was threatening me and he wouldn't let me leave at one point the apartment to let the dog out or anything.
Okay. And at any point, were you arguing at all?
Yeah, we had a quarrel and then it had calmed down. So the first time when they came, the police came, I told them it was okay, everything was calmed down, and then it started right up as soon as they left.
Okay, and what about the next time?
Next time they came, they couldn't get a hold of him. He didn't answer the door and they said there's nothing they could do about it.
Okay, and was there another time that they came out?
Yeah, the management had called them.
Okay, and what prompted them to call?
When I did get out of the apartment, he had thrown me around and I was in tears and he was threatening my life and he was calling me names.
And when you say threw you around, can you describe a little bit what that looked like?
He threw me around, pushed me around, I hit the wall the
Okay.
floor.
Do you remember what part of your body hit the wall?
Yeah, and my face and my shoulder, and then I hit the ground.
How did that feel?
It hurt.
It hurt? Did you want that to happen?
No.
Did you give him permission to do that?
No.
Okay. And how did he throw you? Like, what did he do?
Just push me around,
pushed
just,
you?
you know,
Okay,
when I was trying to leave, he pushed me back.
okay. And at some point, were you able to leave?
Yeah.
Okay. Did anything
And I
else?
had to get my dog out.
Okay. And did anything else physical happen?
No, just the threats, threatening my life and name calling and in my face, looking at me and spitting on me. He spit on me.
Okay. What were you thinking while this was happening?
I was thinking, how could a man that says he loves me do this?
In the days after this happened, whenever you're ready, did you observe any injuries or did you feel hurt anywhere?
Yeah, I had a bruise. I had bruises on my legs and one on my arm and then my head.
Okay. And were those there before this incident?
No.
No. I have nothing further, okay? So
Just-
Mr. Good.
One point of clarification. All this would occur on October 25th.
Yeah, well, it started on the 24th and it ran into the 25th. It was an all-night thing. I was
All
trying to get him to leave, just leave, you know.
All right.
All right. Any questions based on the court's question and then the cross-examination will follow?
Not from the people.
All right, thank you. Mr. Goodrich, cross-examination.
Your Honor. So do you see him Frazee?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Frazee. So you stated that some of the arguments and such began on the 24th.
Yes.
At some point on the 25th, do you and Mr. Ubroth go out shopping at all?
Not on we went out on the 24th.
Okay, so you went out on the 24th.
Yes.
Okay. And while you were out shopping, did you go to several places?
Couple places.
And when do you know approximately what time of day you returned to the apartment?
Yeah, it was before 8 o'clock.
Right.
In the evening.
And did the two of you begin arguing at all after you got home that time?
Yes.
And was that related to you missing a phone at that point?
It was related to, yes, it was. No, actually, we had went and picked up the phone that day. That was the day we went and picked his phone that he had.
Okay,
left.
well, did
No,
you?
it was related to the money.
Okay, well, first of all, with the phone, did you leave your phone at one of the stores that you went to that day?
Yes, I left it down at Walgreens.
Okay. When you got home, and how did you discover that you had left the phone?
I couldn't find it, and Scott had called up there for me, and I had to go get it, but I couldn't walk at night because he's told me I can't go anywhere at night because of danger.
Okay, and so essentially, did the two of you end up getting into, and was Mr. Ubroth unwilling to go get your phone at that
Yes,
time?
very unwilling to do
Okay.
anything.
And did that lead to an argument between the two of you? And were you quite irritated with him, upset with him because he wouldn't go get your phone?
Sure, I was upset.
And at some point, do the two of you get into some type of pushing back and forth?
No,
No, okay.
not at that point, no.
How did the argument elevate to that at some point?
Yes, but I never pushed him.
You never pushed him
No,
one
I
time?
never pushed him. He was in my face and I nudged him with my shoulder out of my face so I could get by him.
Okay, so you
I
bumped
was
him
trying
while
to
you were
leave
going
the
out of the apartment.
I
at-
was
at the
trying
end.
to leave. He wouldn't let me.
Okay, but you did get out of the apartment.
Yes. and
At some point, did you go to the kitchen and pull a knife at him?
No, I didn't.
You did not. So you were never in possession of a
No.
knife during this evening. And to be clear, we're still all on the evening of the 24th?
Yeah, I believe so.
And then did this, I guess, the whole event
It's
carry
like
over into
all-
the morning of the 25th, or is this like all day? of the
All night long. I kept asking him to stop and to be quiet and begging him, and he wouldn't. I'd go in my bedroom and I'd shut the door. He would not stop.
Okay.
He'd crank the music.
Okay,
let me go.
you've answered my question. And But at the end of this, you left the apartment and went and talked to management?
Yes,
Okay, and it was management who called the police?
I came out of the elevator crying and they asked me what was wrong. But
Okay,
the neighbors
but-
had called the police.
But you did not personally call the police in that time?
No,
Did you see
I
management
didn't
call
call
the
the
police?
first time neither.
Did you see the management call the police?
Yeah, I seen it.
And you were essentially with management at that time?
Yeah,
And you did not see Mr. Ugoff again after that point, correct?
no,
And today is essentially the next time you would have seen
Yeah.
him since then. Okay, no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from the people, Ms. Wilson,
She may, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're excused, ma'am. Thank you for your appearance today. Ms. Wilson, any further witnesses today?
No, Your Honor, the people rest.
All right. Any proofs today, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Motion for bind over, Ms. Wilson.
One moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. The people request bind over. The sole felony count in this complaint is domestic violence as a third offense. At this time, Ms. Clark has testified that this is not Ms. Clark, I'm sorry, Ms. Frazee has testified that this incident occurred at her apartment in Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. She identified the defendant as the person she was in a dating relationship and also living with at that time, and as the person that assaulted her. She described an argument that started on October 24th and went into the morning of October 25th. And at a point during that argument, she was thrown into the wall by Mr. Uberoth and was picked at and spit on. She was eventually able to flee the apartment and get help. I believe those elements or those facts satisfy to a probable cause standard the elements of domestic violence third offense, as there was a dating relationship and there was an assault as Mr. Uberoth threw Ms. Frazee into the wall. That was an unwanted touching that she stated, and it caused her, well, it was an actual touching, so it was more of a battery. So I request bind over.
Thank you. Response, Mr. Goodrich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the court certainly heard all of the proofs. We would just ask the court to hold the prosecution to the proofs in this matter and deny binding.
Thank you. The standard preliminary examination is probable cause being the second lowest standard in criminal law. I find that the location of 1401 West Holmes Road, apartment 306 in the city of Lansing, Ingham County has been met at a probable cause level. Therefore, venue, city of Lansing, Ingham County, the state of Michigan has been met. The date of, I'll amend the date a little. It looks like it started on October 24th and then went through to October 25th is the date of the entire incident. So this was an array of incidents that occurred during that date. And identification has been made by the witness, Miss Roberta Frazee, of the defendant as being the person responsible for the elements of the offense. And Miss Frazee described them going out to do some shopping on the 24th, getting back. There was a conversation over a phone and some money, and it ended up being leading to a what she described as, and the motion for bind over includes Mr. Frazee's testimony that she was thrown into wall several times. It was not done. It was not done. That she was thrown into the wall, which is a battery. That she was spit on, which is a battery, and that she was. She used terms like threatened, picked at, things of that nature. But this was not done. It didn't appear from the testimony of the complaining victim that this was not done in any type of self-defense or protection mode. That anything that and she did anything to she may have done something to provoke this but she did not do anything to there did not seem to be a self-defense quality to it at this time. And so I find that the defendant is bound over on the elements of domestic violence and that they were in a dating relationship. It appears they were living together for a 6-month period. And the defendant did make an assault or assault and battery upon Roberta Frazee, a former resident of his household, or an individual with whom he had a dating relationship, based on the testimony of Ms. Frazee. There's also been a notice. This happened twice before in regards to, well, we just take notice. So third offense notice that it occurred on June 2nd, 2002, and February 16th of 2016. Therefore, that's the purpose for the bind over on the felony. It's also bound over with the habitual offender fourth notice on it. So I will bind over as charged. So the preliminary examination is held. And this is bound over as charged on the testimony of one Roberta Frazee and the motion for bind over. I will indicate that this bind over was held on today's date, which is November 14th, 2024, and it's bound over as charged. Anything before I sign the bind over documentation, Ms. Wilson?
I believe the defense has a bond request. I will reserve my argument.
All right, Mr. Goodrich, a motion on bond?
That is correct, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Ubarth is currently on a $5,000, 10% bond. I know he does have some criminal history, but I do want the court to recognize that he hasn't had any of these type of assaultive matters since in 8 years. I don't believe he's had any felonies in the last 8 years. I think he may have had one like misdemeanor theft thing of under $200, something along those lines over that period. He has a place to stay with his cousin on Stone Road in Lansing. He's certainly willing to do GPS tether. That way the victim would have notification of his whereabouts if he were to be released to the community. So I would just ask the court to consider granting a PR bond here, but ordering tether instead of holding him in jail going forward.
Thank you. So it'd be a bond modification and a lowering the bond of 5,000, 10%. That's
Yes.
for GPS tether. When GPS was, if he was able to make bond, GPS was a pretrial condition previously set by the arraigning judge. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would respectfully object to any modification of bond at this time. This is an assaultive offense with 2 prior assaults, and there is a habitual offender notice. There are some concerns for the safety of the victim. As she testified today, there were threats to her life during this incident, and there is definitely a motivation here for flight from prosecution. So I would request that the bond remain.
Right, thank you.
If I could have one last, but I did
Absolutely.
mention we didn't hear any allegations of him trying to call her from the jail or make any contact with her. She testified that she hasn't seen him or heard anything from him since this incident. And Mr. Ubarth has been a longtime member of this community, and I don't believe he would be at flight risk on what is essentially a 5-year felony.
Thank you. Based on the nature of the offense, previous of a domestic violence out of 750.81 on 2002, and a domestic violence out of February 16th, 2016. I also have assault. I have a home invasion conviction on September 7th, 2010 in Crawford County, and a felonious assault out of July 2011 out of Crawford County, and attempted home invasion 2nd degree out of Crawford County. I believe that I'm going to deny the motion to reduce bond, and I believe that the 5,000, 10% was the accurate bond set by the magistrate. So the bond is denied. Anything else before I sign the bind over documentation, Ms. Wilson?
Happy people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, I'm gonna sign the bind over documentation. Mr. Uberoth, your time in district court is done. You'll get your next date from Mr. Goodrich, your attorney in circuit court. That's all for the record in 24-03-261. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Raymond?
Read my mind, yeah.
Anna Brayman. The,
That's right.
you have one left with us, Mr. Goodrich?
I do.
All right.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, just-
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03272. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Anna Brayman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Councilman Wilson, people.
Mr. Milks.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Milks on behalf of Ms. Brahman, who is present and seated to my right at this time.
And ma'am, you are Anna Brahman, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have witnesses here today that people are ready to proceed with the preliminary exam.
All right. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Milks?
It is, Your Honor. I believe there's only one witness today, or will there be?
I do have officer witnesses in case I need them, but if my first witness satisfies things, then I won't need them.
All right.
Very good.
Are there anything brought to the court's attention concerning sequestration, Ms. Wilson or Mr. Milks?
Thank you, Your Honor. April Vega is in the courtroom today. She is the complaining witness. She's also my first witness. I believe there are a couple of officers in the jury room, but other than that, there's nobody in the courtroom related to this case.
All right. So I will leave it to counsel if anybody comes in or out and they see somebody testifying that they shouldn't be testifying. You would know, your case better than I would. I will invoke the sequestration at that time. Ms. Vega would be your first witness.
That's
All right. Is that a fair statement? And is that your understanding, Mr. Milks?
It is, Your Honor. We would agree that we request the sequestration, but we also don't see anyone in here that we anticipate calling or the people anticipate calling.
All right. All right. Ms. Wilson, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call April Vega.
All right, Ms. Vega, you can come on up here. All right, Ms. Vega, I'm going to have you stand right there, and I'm going to have you spell and state your first name and last name for the record.
April Vega,
And spell them both.
APRILVEGA.
Please raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, please have a seat right here. The microphone is for recording purposes, so it does not amplify or doesn't make you louder. So please project as best you can. All right, ma'am? All right. And Ms. Wilson, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. April, I want to bring your attention back to October 28th of 2024. Do you recall talking to police on that date?
Yes.
And what was that about?
About an argument in the home.
Okay. And what was that home?
I'm sorry,
Where was that home?
5927 Superior?
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, is that in the city of Lansing,
Yes,
Ingham County,
yes,
state of Michigan?
yes.
Okay. And who was the argument with?
But Anna Bremer?
And did you know Anna at that point?
Yes,
How did you know her?
she lives in a home.
Okay, how long had you known her?
I moved here in August.
Okay, and this happened in October,
Yes,
so fair to say that's about 2 months?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So do you have a good idea of what she looks like?
Yes,
Would you recognize her if you saw her today?
yes,
Do you see her in the courtroom?
yes.
Can you point her out and describe something she's wearing?
You got blue jumper?
Okay, and you indicated, I think it was to your left, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd request the witness, or the record reflect the witness identified the defendant.
Any objection to the witness identifying the defendant for purposes of prelim, Mr. Milks?
No objection. This is prelim.
Without objection, the witness has identified the defendant for purposes of prelim. Ms. Wilson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, how did this argument come about?
Like a beginning? Or,
Yes.
she was outside with another roommate. She came inside the home. She was drunk. And we have 5 children we babysit at night. And they were laying on the living room floor. And there's like a partition where it divides the living room to the dining room. And she was with the other roommate came in. And she was, how you say, bouncing her butt, being naughty. I don't know the word.
Okay,
It is wanting to pull her pants down The one child that's there, he's
Yeah, I'm
not.
sorry, I'm just objecting to arguing or she's narrating at this point.
That's
Your
fine, Your
Honor.
Honor, I can break it up.
All right, so I'm gonna have the counsel, I'm gonna have the attorney rephrase. This is all happening in front of you, is that correct?
Yes.
It's not something you're told, this is something.
No,
you're saying.
this isn't.
All right, all right. Ms. Wilson, you may proceed.
So at what point did you start arguing with her?
When the woman of the home, she's the owner, I've known her since she was a child, told her to go out
Objection,
back
Your Honor.
outside.
This is gonna be hearsay. She's talking about what another woman is saying and.
I think it's
going
effect
as-
on the listener at this point, Your Honor.
Well, so it's not offered for the truth,
I don't
just
think
being
so.
offered to show how she reacted to the statement.
That's correct.
With that understanding, Mr. Mills.
Yes, Your Honor, just regarding, I guess, foundational purposes, if we have a name or just a woman.
You can do it.
Melissa
Melissa, okay.
Thank you, Your
Do you
Honor.
know her last name?
Orozco,
Okay, so she told Anna to go outside,
yes.
and what happened after that?
She was still pulling down her pants, being naughty, bouncing, and then she ended up stepping on one of the little girls that we watch. She's 3. And that's when I had told her, Anna, you need to go out. And I told the other guy, Kyle, take her outside. This is not appropriate for these children from age 1 to 9. And then that's when her and Melissa got into a fight. And then I grabbed the children.
And where did you go with the children?
I started putting them in the bedroom.
Okay, and at that point, were you still outside the bedroom?
As I was taking one by one.
Okay, and what
And-
happened after that?
Then when I got all of them in there, I was going to pick up my phone. And that's when she came running towards me, yelled at me, talking about, I don't want to say the word, is
That's okay.
a slut.
Okay.
Because I'm married, but been separated for 30 years. And because I have somebody else in my life. But I told her it's none of her business. So then on the ledge right there, because I'm in the middle of the partition, there, the guy that lives there had a utility work knife.
Okay, and can you describe a little bit what that looked like?
It's red and it's about like this big.
Okay.
So
And
then,
you said a utility work knife. Can you describe a little bit how that works?
where you push it up and then you cut.
Gotcha. Okay, and at that point, was the blade pushed up?
Yeah, she had pushed it up.
Okay, and what happened after she grabbed it?
I grabbed her arm, wrung it to the side. That's when me and her started to fight. She had started pulling on my hair. Well, she took one arm against my throat area, grabbed this side of the hair, put me down to the ground, pulling on my other hair, and I'm taking one arm like this to bring down.
And just for the record, Ms. Vega indicated that she had the arm kind of across her chest area towards her throat, and she had an arm on top of it and was pulling in a downward direction.
Yes.
Let the record may so reflect.
Okay, so once you were pulling down, what was going on?
Still trying to tell her, let go of my hair. Because this is not normal. And stop trying to choke me. And she was yelling, screaming, you're gonna die, I don't care. She goes off with bad language. I yelled at the guy, Kyle. So then finally, Melissa pushed her off me. I got up, I went to the room, closed the bedroom door, locked it. She comes through the bedroom door.
And how were you able to tell that it was her?
Oh, her voice.
Her voice, were you familiar with it at that point?
Yes,
Because you've been living together for about 2 months?
yes, and it's not the first time.
Okay, and so she came to the bedroom door, and what happened after that?
Pounding on the door, trying to break the door down, talking about she's gonna kill the kids, she's gonna kill me. Melissa's in the bedroom as well, crying, screaming. I'm on the phone with the police. and I'm trying to talk to them because I was out of breath. And I told them they need to hurry up, and they said, just hold on, we're trying to get someone there. And they could hear her through the phone. And she's like, I don't care. She's breaking a big picture frame that was on the wall next to the bedroom door.
And was that, can you describe a little bit how that got broken?
She broke it
She broke it. How did she break it?
with her hands.
With her hands? So at some point she got into the room?
No, no, no.
Oh.
It's on the outside of the bedroom. door.
Okay, I see.
So I guess objection, Your Honor, if this isn't actually seen at this point, it's not, no personal knowledge, I guess, if she didn't see it actually happen. I would just object to that.
All right, so this didn't happen in your presence. This is something that you heard or
On the outside of the
Okay.
door.
Okay.
with that clarification, the objection sustained, and you may
Okay,
proceed.
I
Thank
can
you, Your
go.
Honor.
And at some point, did police come?
Yes.
Okay, so now I want to back up a little bit. When she had the knife, how was she holding it?
I'll show you.
Yeah.
The knife is like that. She grabs it like this. There's a thing you push up and she goes like this. So I grab her hand and I'm not gonna go there, but
Your Honor, I'm sorry, can we just?
So let the record reflect that the witness has indicated that she had the knife in her right hand. She put the blade of the utility knife, I think it's also known as a box cutter, put it up, and then she had it. And the one thing is, did she have the blade positioned at you, or did she just have the blade out?
she had a blade like this,
Okay,
like she's
So-
gonna
so
go
position
towards
that-
me,
towards you.
but I
Okay.
take her arm
All right.
and I
What-
like forcefully threw her arm where it fell out her hand.
Was she saying anything at that time?
Yeah, she was gonna stab me.
Okay.
And how were you feeling when she pointed that knife at you?
I was mad. I wanted to hurt her, but I did not. Because I know she has a lot of issues. So I just said, I'm not gonna do this. And I'm not gonna hit her, because if I hit her, she would not get back up, because I'm pretty big.
So you said that after that point, you guys kind of started fighting. Can you describe how that started?
Where she had grabbed my hair. At first, she went like this, and then.
One second.
Oh.
The record can reflect that Ms. Vega indicated that the defendant grabbed her at the back of the head, sort of like in a pigtail hold with her hair.
All right.
It just with two hands was
With
my
two hands,
understanding.
yeah.
All right.
And
Let the record reflect that those were gestures that the witness was making while she was testifying, so the record may so reflect.
So was she the first one to grab?
Yes,
Okay, and so let's talk a little bit about when she had her arm around you.
so then. we
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I
struggled.
think we've been through
Gone
this already.
down.
It's asked and answered at this point.
Your Honor, I have
mean,
a
it's
follow-up
cumulative.
question.
Yeah, there's some clarification concerning the actual event of the assault, so I'm gonna allow it. The objections over.
So when she had her arm around her throat, how were you feeling?
Objection, Your Honor, that was not stated on the record that it was around the throat. I believe it was indicated that there was hand up on the top of her chest, around towards her chest.
I can back up and clarify.
All right, clarification.
So how was her arm positioned on you?
They're like this up about. Like your thumb area, like towards my throat area, and this up towards my. Above my chest area, under my throat.
Okay, and just for the record, the witness indicated that that was kind of her forearm area, was across her chest area, and the sort of palm area of her thumb was against the neck.
Those are the gestures she made while she was testifying.
And how did you feel physically while that was happening?
I couldn't breathe, so I grabbed, let go, forcing my arm on her to bring it down so I could scream, yell, try to get her attention that, she needs to stop. For the other guy to help out, which never stood in. So then when I finally got loose from her, that's when I got up and took off to the bedroom.
Okay, and so in the days or so after this happened, did you notice anything different physically?
I'm sorry, say.
Yeah, so did you notice anything, any sort of injuries or anything after this?
Just hoarse, voice
Okay.
and just my blood pressure extremely high.
Okay, and is that a pre-existing condition you have?
I have heart failure.
Okay, I gotcha. All right. I have nothing further at this time, but Mr. Milks is gonna ask you a few questions.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Milks.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Vega, on this date in question, you did speak with police, correct?
Yes,
And you gave them statements about what occurred that day?
yes.
All right, and this was back in October, so a few months ago, is that right?
I mean, that's,
It is November, so about a month ago, is that right?
yes, sir.
The, and at that, would you agree that at the time you were talking to police, the memory was fresh in your head at that time, right?
Yes,
Probably better than it is today, is that fair to say?
no.
It's better
the same.
today?
And no, it's the same.
Oh, it's the exact same? Okay. All right, and you indicated that there was some kind of argument, starting off that evening, I guess, or that day, there was an argument between you and my client, is that right? Verbal argument.
About her doing the nasty dance. Yes.
Sure, there was an argument the two of you had, right?
Yeah, the, well,
Okay. And did you kind of smirked a little bit regarding the nasty dance, is that what you called it?
is, yeah, I don't know what you want to call it. I'm sorry.
No, that's
It's
fine.
where
That's kind of a
you're-
memorable dance, though. Is that fair to say?
Who?
Memorable? I mean, that's something that stuck out in your head?
Well, yeah, because, how do I want to say? You're pulling down your pants and you're bouncing your butt. That's not appropriate.
But that's what you told police that day too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There came a point you indicated that things sort of escalated. Is that right? That's correct, right?
Yes,
Now before things became physical, you said that you took the kids to the back room. Is that right?
yes,
Okay, and you put them in the back room?
yes.
Close the door, I assume?
Well, it wasn't closed until I got in there, yes.
Okay. But then you came back out of the room before the physical, I mean, obviously this is before the physical fight, right?
Yes,
So in other words, I'm just saying, children were in the back room with the door closed, right?
no, I'm taking one by one to the back room.
Okay. And while you're taking them one by one to the back room, my client and you said Melissa were having some kind of argument?
Yes, they got into a fight.
And how many children were there?
5. From 1 to 9.
The argument between my client and Melissa, was it pretty loud?
Yes,
When you went back into, I'm sorry, let me back up. What room was their argument in? Do you remember?
right there in the living room.
Okay, so it was in the living room. And in the living room, is this where you said that you saw the box cover?
No, living rooms like here. There's a, what you call like
An
a,
island,
no,
peninsula?
no, it's like this, like a ledge.
Okay, so
You
there's
know,
a
like
ledge.
there's a half wall there, half wall there.
Okay. And is that a divider between two rooms?
A living room and dining room.
Living room, dining room? And you said that this carpenter knife was on that ledge, is that right?
Yes,
The,
on the right side.
on the right side. Now, just to make sure I understand the order of events, you're indicating that first she grabbed the knife and went towards you, is that right?
When I got the last child in, yes,
So
I
she
went
saw
back
you
to get my
coming back out of the bedroom, is that right?
yes, to get
And
my
then
phone.
she just came at you all of a sudden.
Yes,
All right, and she grabbed that knife first, right?
no, she said that I was a slut because I'm married and have another boyfriend.
Okay, so either way, with whatever was being said, the next action that she did was to grab the knife, correct?
Yes.
And then she ran towards you, correct?
No, I was right there. She's standing right
Let me
here.
back that up
Oh,
then. She advanced towards you, is that fair to
yes,
say?
okay, yes.
She didn't advance towards Melissa, right?
No, because Melissa was in the room.
And did you say something when you came back into the room?
Into the room?
Correct.
What do you mean?
Well, you came out of the bedroom, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, out the bedroom.
Sorry, you just have to say yes or no because
Oh,
I'm trying
I'm
to
sorry,
record.
I'm
You're
sorry.
fine. So you came out of the bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And you walked towards Melissa and my client, right?
No, Melissa had already went towards the bedroom
Okay, so Melissa was coming towards you.
and I'm going out.
Okay,
to get
and
my
by the
phone.
time the two of you, by the time my client, you say advanced towards you, were you in the living room still?
I was in the, yeah, it's in the middle of the dining room and the living room. It's not very big of a
Okay.
house.
Okay.
Because there's my phone.
And there wasn't a question, so no, you're fine, you're fine. But this is when she advanced towards you with the knife out, is that right?
She advanced toward me. Then she had called me what she said.
Right.
I told her, don't worry about my
Okay.
business.
Without it was being said, but the next action
Okay,
that she did
then
was
yes,
advance towards
she-
you, correct? Okay.
Yes.
You indicated that you blocked her hand, or
I-
somehow you got the knife out of her hand,
Yeah,
right?
because she didn't have a good grip.
And you grabbed her hand, is that her wrist?
Right here.
Oh, okay, well, you're indicating that it's holding her wrist,
Yes, like,
and the knife went flinging out, is that right?
yes.
Okay. And then at that point, that's when she grappled you, so to speak, is that right?
Pull my hair.
Okay, pulled your hair, is that right?
Yes,
All right, then she pulled your hair, so knife first, then hair pull.
yes,
Okay, and that's what you told police that day, right?
yes.
All right. And as you said, your memory is as good now as it was back then, right?
Yeah.
All right.
The first people I
Now,
talked.
you're also indicating that you kind of said on direct that you are much stronger than my client, is that right?
I'm bigger.
You're bigger than my client, okay. You indicate that if you did hit my client, though, you probably lay her out, is that fair to say?
Yeah,
Okay,
because she was really drunk.
okay. And, let's see. So she's really drunk, so she's a little bit weaker at this point, is that kind of what you're saying?
Where I want to put it. She has a tendency, she drinks a lot, but she's
I mean
strong,
that
but
day,
not
though.
where,
Okay,
I don't want to say that she's a weak, but I don't want to hurt nobody and go to jail.
gotcha. So you are stronger, though, is what you're saying. At this point, because she's at least intoxicated, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
All
yes,
right,
that's what I'm trying
all
to say.
right. But at this point, she did somehow overpower you, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you,
All right. Did she also pull your hair out?
yes,
She did. And did you point that out to police, like where there was hair on the ground?
yeah, I was in the room.
Okay. And did you see police later on when they came? I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit. When police did come, did they take pictures of your hair on the ground?
No, I talked to the,
Okay, no, the question was, did you see them take pictures of your hair on the ground?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember if they took pictures. I just know that. I
You don't
went like
remember that
this,
they took pictures?
and hair was, when I go like this,
Okay,
there's GABA hair, and I threw it on the floor in the bedroom.
okay. So right now you're saying that you put your hands in your own hair and you were able to pull hair out.
I ain't pull it out, I just,
Okay.
Ran my
Hair
fingers.
came out in your hand. All right.
yes,
Now, there was also a point though, just to make sure I'm getting clarification. You're indicating my client actually pulled hair out of your scalp. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say again.
You're saying that my client grabbed your hair and pulled it out of your scalp.
Yeah, she had good
Okay.
grip on my hair.
Right.
Where.
Okay.
tugging, it, yeah, my hair was pulled out.
When police came that day, you said that you spoke to one of the officers. Is that right?
The first one I spoke to was the ambulance people.
You spoke to the ambulance people first and then you spoke to an officer?
Yeah, because
No.
They-
Is that the order of things happen? You spoke to the ambulance person first and then you spoke to the officer?
I spoke to the officer through the door. And then they said, just stay there.
Wait, let me back up. You say through the door. Do you
The
mean the
bedroom door.
bedroom door?
Yes.
Okay,
I never went out the bedroom.
objection, Your Honor. There's no
Just,
question.
yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
just answer the question.
I just,
Back up here just a little bit, okay, just so you're with me, I'm gonna go back to the point where you indicated my client advanced towards you with a knife, okay? You said that you grabbed her wrist and kind of flung the blade out, just to recap, is that right?
yes,
Okay, and did you see where that blade landed?
under the table,
Okay, under the table in the dining room?
yes,
All right. Moving forward, once again, when police came by, did you tell police that she had the knife, correct?
yeah.
All right,
that
and
she-
you told police, did you point out where the knife was?
I told him it was under the table.
Okay, did they take a picture of that?
I don't know.
All right. And you specifically remember you told them it was under the table?
Yes,
Okay,
I seen it when we
Right.
were on the floor.
gotcha.
At-
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Did you see if police took a picture of that knife?
No, I never came out the bedroom.
Oh, you never exited the bedroom?
No, they told me to stay in the bedroom the whole time.
Man, let me go back then. When you came out of the bedroom the first time after putting the children into the back bedroom, okay, again, I'm jumping around a little bit. But after that, you come out of the bedroom, right? You come towards Melissa and my client. I'm sorry. You essentially meet up with my client and Melissa kind of in the dining room area-ish.
No,
Okay. When she advanced towards you, how about we just start there, okay? When you said that she advanced towards you with the knife, right?
mhm.
Now, in reality, you actually advanced on my client, correct?
Um,
The question is you advanced towards my client, correct?
you mean walk towards her?
Correct.
I walked towards the ledge, yes.
Okay. And you were actually making threats towards my client, right?
No,
You were threatening to beat her up. Isn't that true?
no,
You were trying to sort of throw your weight around towards my client, right?
no, I go to get my phone on the left side of this wall partition.
Well, now you swung at my client, didn't you?
No, Melissa,
Objection, Your Honor.
Only answer when questions asked, ma'am.
I'm sorry, sir.
You're okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Redirect, Ms. Wilson.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. May this witness be excused from the people,
She may, Your Honor.
from the defense.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you for your appearance today. Any further proofs today, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, people rest.
Any proofs from the defense today, Mr. Mokes?
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Your Honor, may I have one quick moment to just
Yeah.
go out and talk to a witness real quick?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Okay, without objection, I will adjourn for a few minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can run into.
You got a room there? No, I want. Well, you can get your waivers before we are. You're getting some looks over there, Adam.
Hi.
Please don't make the desk make the metal noises if you can help it.
I know, that's why I was waiting until we were off record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry for.
So we're back on the record in docket 24-03272. Mr. Milks, any witnesses today?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we did go back, me and the prosecutor, to see if one of the officers was here. And we did verify that the officer who we thought may have taken the photos was actually not there. So we're saving the court some time. We have no proof to put on at this point. Therefore, we rest at this point.
All right, so the defense rests at this point. Motion for bind over, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant in this matter is charged with one count of great bodily assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. We have testimony here today from Ms. Vega, who indicated that she knew the defendant in this matter, Ms. Brayman, because they had been living together for about 2 months. She pointed her out here in the courtroom today as the person that assaulted her. She indicated that this happened on October 28th of 2024, and that it happened at 5927 Superior Street in Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. So I believe the elements of ID, venue, and date have been met to a probable cause standard. As to the elements of the first offense, we have testimony today from Ms. Vega that there was an altercation in which Ms. Brayman put her in, she described essentially a chokehold where she had a arm across her chest and neck, and her breathing was restricted. She indicated that in the following day, her voice was kind of hoarse from this. The second count here we have is a felonious assault. That comes from Ms. Brayman taking a knife, brandishing the blade and pointing it at Ms. Vega and indicating that she was going to stab Ms. Vega. Now, as to the strangulation, this occurred as Ms. Brayman was in the process of already assaulting Ms. Vega. So I believe the elements of that offense have been met to a probable cause standard. As to the felonious assault, I believe that a reasonable person would probably fear an imminent battery if a knife was pointed at them and somebody was indicating they were going to stab them. So I think the elements of that offense have been satisfied as well.
Thank you. Response, Mr. Milks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the defense would like the court to just hold the people to their proofs. I do not believe that they have met that burden at this time, so we ask that the court just dismiss the case. My client on both counts.
All right, thank you. This is for activity. So the standard at preliminary examination is probable cause being the second lowest standard in criminal law. I find that the location of 5927 Superior Street, City of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan, have been met by probable cause evidence for location and venue. The date of October 28th, 2024 is also met at a probable cause level. And that is from the testimony of the one witness, which was subject to cross-examination. That was April. Vega testified today. So location, venue as date is met. Identification as the defendant being the person in this courtroom who's responsible for the activity that was testified to was identified by Ms. Vega. So location, venue, ID, and date are met. So the offense of the elements, the testimony today is that it appears that there was so as to count one, there was strangulation from Ms. Brayman, and she did this in the matter of gestures, and then some testimony to support that. But it looked like a chokehold around her that did not allow her to breathe. She said one of the injuries that came from this experience was that she was hoarse in nature, which would go to, and she has said the defendants are responsible for offensively touching, placing her in a chokehold, and then cutting off or strangling her on the date and time question. So I find that at a probable cause level, level that the defendant did make an assault upon April Marie Vega by strangulation or suffocation. Contrary, I believe there's probable cause to believe that count one has occurred, and I bind it over on that count. Count two, she indicated after questioning from both questioning on cross-examination and the prosecutor that a box cutter utility knife or a carpenter knife was pointed towards her, with the understanding that what I think she said as to the questioning that she was going to be stabbed. She also said several times that the defendant said she was going to kill her, things along name calling. I find it probable cause that's been proven at a location, venue, ID, and date, and the elements of felonious assault, which is the assault upon assault or offensive touching or the threatening of such to April Vega with a dangerous weapon, to it a knife, but without intending to commit the crime of murder and inflict great bodily harm has been committed. Ms. Vega indicated that she did say things in self-defense. She did react in self-defense, but all of this seems to be promulgated by the argument which stemmed from her putting away the kids during what she considered to be an appropriate activity. I find that count one and count two are met at a probable cause level, and I will bind over his charge during cross-examination. The order of events and which occurred first were questioned and at issue. That might be an issue concerning statements made to the police. However, probable cause was met on counts one and counts two, and I will bind over as charged on count one, assault with intent to do great bodily harm or strangulation, and count two, assault with a dangerous weapon. And I will indicate that the examination is being held on today's date. Anything else to come to the court's attention concerning file 2403272, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Milks?
No, not from the defense. Thank you.
All right. I will, the bond is set at this time at 3,010%, which is the bond set by the arraigning magistrate or judge. I will sign the bind over documentation accordingly. So Ms. Brahman, your time in district court is done. You're now on to circuit court, which is trial court in this file, and you'll get your next date for appearance in circuit court from your attorney, Mr. Milks. All right, ma'am? All right, that's all for the record in 2403272. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
Just, do we have a circuit court arraignment date?
We don't have a circuit court. They'll set it in circuit court.
Okay.
And so you'll get that date and then you'll let your client know that date.
Okay, I just didn't know for the purpose of the,
Years ago, they used to set the date at district. I don't think they do anymore. I don't think we get that date anymore.
no problem.
It's a
Thank
great idea, though. It's a great, not to say that we used to do it right, but it's a great idea to have the date for circuit court arraignment. And then a waiver is usually filed in district court.
Fair enough, Your
But,
Honor. Yeah, we have
that's not how it's
signed,
done anymore.
sorry, we have signed the transcript. We're making that request, Your Honor. So thank you.
All right. All right, we're all set on 2403272. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anyone else?
Yep.
Not for now. There's let's get Rangel. No.
So, Mr. Pfeiffer, what case are you here?
The McKinley matter, Your Honor.
McKinley.
We'd like to handle that case now, and if Mr. Austin and I could approach very briefly.
All right. Mr. Austin's been waiting and Mr. McKinley, so let me make sure. that will be on 24-03-273. That'll be a good cause adjournment. Yeah. 3267. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Niles Rangel. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Mr. Rangel, who is present and staying to my right.
And sir, you are Niles Rangel, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that the defendant will be unconditionally waiving his right to a preliminary exam. People also unconditionally waive their right to a preliminary exam. People request this case be bound over as charged to circuit court. Currently, there are negotiations that are ongoing. It's my understanding there might be a referral to mental health court in 30th Circuit where this case could potentially be resolved there, but obviously that's going to take a referral, so it's going to take a minute to figure that out.
All right, Ms. Schroeder, is that a fair statement by Ms. Wilson?
It is, Your Honor, and just to make a record, I have spoken to Mr. Rangel several times over the last week or two, actually, I think. He has indicated to me he has not been receiving medication in the jail as he is supposed to. However, my conversations with him have been lucid. I have conversed with him before when I have had concerns. I do not believe at this time there are concerns about his ability to understand the nature of these proceedings. He was in September found competent on another file that was with this court by the Center for Forensic Psychiatry. So I just want to make a record of that while I do believe he's either not receiving all of his medications or any of them, I do not have the same concerns I had as back in May, I believe, when I made that initial referral in the other file. And I did just send in the referral request form to the 30th Circuit Mental Health Court Coordinator, Ms. Burns, and we would get that process started. So that is all correct, but I wanted to make a record.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I inquire of your client, Mr. Rangel, of his waiver of the preliminary examination?
You may, Your Honor.
And it is a correct statement. The negotiations are continuing and the mental health may be a part, or the mental health referral may be a part of this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's
Yes,
correct, Mr. Schroeder. Okay. Mr. Rangel, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination today. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime's been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by Attorney Aaron Schroeder, who would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It is my understanding it is your wish today to waive your right to a prelim to circuit court and have this case continue in circuit court where negotiations are continuing as we placed on the record, and mental health treatment may be a part of the negotiations as we've discussed on the record. Is it your wish today to waive your right to a preliminary examination today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Wilson, people also waive their right to a preliminary
We do,
examination.
Your Honor. Thank you.
I find that the waiver of the preliminary examination to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. So this is a waiver of the preliminary examination with negotiations to continue. I will provide the documentation for the parties to sign.
Thank you. So this is like a and then you're right to preliminary exam. And proper process of the church. Voluntarily right meeting, right for preliminary exam. And I understand that we got charges. So that's church. Or that is to continue negotiation. Is that something you're still all right with? Oh, I'll sign it down here. And I'll ask you to sign here. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Leviak. All right, so I'm in possession of the bind over documentation signed by all three parties. I'll indicate that the examination was waived on today's date, November 14th, 2024. Is there anything else to come to the court's attention before the court signs a bind over documentation, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Schroeder?
Your Honor, I know we had a bond motion last week, but if I could be, obviously he has not made that bond, and if I
Right.
could hear, if I could be heard again.
I will. Yeah, you may be heard again before
Thank
the
you.
court loses jurisdiction.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to this file, he is still being held, Mr. Engel is still being held on the bond that was set last week on the 28th of 2 weeks ago. I know that date right. Anyways, doesn't matter. 5,000, 10%. Obviously, he has not been able to make that bond. Mr. Engel indicated to me he still, and as I indicated to the court earlier, has not been receiving his medication while in the jail. It is my understanding he did put a request into CATS for services, and we have not heard any follow-up on that. I did confirm with CATS that he had expressed interest in connecting with them about a week ago, and nothing has happened according to Mr. Engel. I'd ask the court to consider either lowering the bond or allowing for a PR bond at this time, given the fact that it is going to circuit court. He would be going to stay with his mother, who has indicated she would be willing to work with him on this. She has checked in with our office recently as of last week to see where things are at with Mr. Engel. She is concerned about his, I guess, medication situation, as she knows his struggles. Previously, he was with his father, and I think there may have been some issues there. I think that potentially a placement with his mother, which is the Clifford Street address, would be a more appropriate setting for him. I'd ask the court to consider potentially release to his mother if at all possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do believe bond is appropriately set here. I guess if the court is going to reduce bond, I guess I'd like some clarification as to the address that he would be living at. Because it's my understanding that the address that he was living at is near the victims in this matter, and I don't want there to be a no contact violation.
All right. All right, I've modified bond from 7,500 to 5,000, 10%. This is a 4-year felonious assault on Georgia Hendy is the allegation at this point in time. So I'm going to deny the motion to modify bond. I am going to indicate, so denying motion to modify bond, I will, and I don't know, this is their regular routine, but the Ingham County Jail is ordered as a condition of bond that they make sure and that the defendant receives any prescribed medication. Of course, they can't. That a lot of the problems is that the medication is not prescribed, and therefore they can't give. There's a juxtaposition there. But the defendant is ordered to receive any prescribed medication concerning any condition that he may have from the Ingham County Jail. And if that, and then that can be readdressed in circuit court.
Certainly. And then just for the court's record, I believe as of September, he had an objection, so he's out of custody at that time. So I think there should be some kind of on file.
And anything that's prescribed, certainly the defendant should have access to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in 2403267, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Schroeder?
Not for the defense. Thank you.
All right. I checked to see, make sure I've signed. So I'm now signing the bind over documentation. Mr. Rangel, your time in district court is done. You're off to circuit court, which is the trial court, and you'll get your next date from your attorney, Ms. Schroeder. All right, sir? All right. That's all for the record in that file. Thank you, everybody, for your.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So.
Yeah.
Social worker. Reach out to the jail. And then within the next few weeks, within the last 2 days. Thank you.
All right.
She's.
That's going to be. Stanley was wondering if we could perhaps handle that talk about.
Absolutely. Let me grab.
I'll go get them.
No, that's, I think I have those in the afternoon.
Okay.
Okay. And you're good.
I'll just grab it.
Here, just go with this lady, okay? Take care, Niles. I'll be in touch.
I know, I do see you always.
Miss
Donnelly? Yeah.
Sarah.
Judge, would you go grab the Kelly bag?
Oh, sweet.
So.
That was the reason for.
He was gonna take care of that, with his face.
What is it?
Just like left right there, so he was gonna get gloves and come back and pick it up. Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
They may need to.
What's his name?
And you can be seated if you choose. There's.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Porter needs to.
Yeah, I'm gonna, yeah,
Thank you, because he's been very
yeah,
patient.
I'm just gonna go grab the complaint list on it real quick.
Okay.
So Miss Donnelly, you're on Dodd Brown, is that correct?
Yeah, they're bringing him up.
All right.
And then Mr. Goodrich, you're here on Mr. Parker.
Yeah, that's gonna be a partial waiver.
Mr. Porter is here as well.
You're just waving the time.
Yes, we are waiving, I believe this is gonna be a more or less joint request to waive the timeline for.
All right.
this issue. Some request from the prosecutor.
Oh, what do I?
Parker. Randy Porter.
So you see there. I think you're gonna.
So you were gonna.
Did. Ms. Wilson, did you want to do the Porter and Parker before we get started with Donnelly?
Yep.
All right, so let's go on Mr. Porter first. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03266. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Rennie Porter. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson from People.
Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Mr. Porter, who is present and standing to my right.
And sir, you are Rennie Porter, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've spoken with Ms. Schroeder this morning. I do have the complaining witness here today in the gallery. There is an outstanding issue of an immunity petition that was brought to the court's attention, I believe, at the PCC. I did file it on Tuesday, I believe. I'm not sure if the court's received it yet. At this point, considering that we would have to start the exam, stop, adjourn, and get the petition worked out, Ms. Schroeder and I believe that it's probably best to just adjourn it entirely so that we can take testimony together.
All right, and is the defendant going, is that a request for just cause? Or is the defendant going to waive his right to a prelim within 21 days? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
I would ask the court, thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask the court for the just cause arraignment. In fairness to the prosecutor, I do understand that she could start today. However, defense was ready to proceed today, but I would much rather have it all be done at the same time. So if the court's inclined to grant the adjournment request, I would ask that it be for cause at this time. Thank you.
I certainly think that we've had talk about the immunity petition previously I think it was previously brought up, and I'll allow counsel to work that out concerning the immunity petition. That is substance for a good a just cause adjournment, and we will reset the preliminary examination. Let everybody look at the immunity petition and consult with during negotiations. And do you have a time frame that you're looking at?
Did we want to set a hearing date for the petition to get that cleared up first? Because if we're gonna do if the petition is going to be granted, then Mr. Lange does have a right under the statute to consult with an attorney if he wants.
Appeal, and I would assume he can appeal if he wants to.
Potentially, I believe, yes. So I think that we should probably address that first.
That's fine. What date would be? So the motion for immunity would be the first hearing. and then it would be set for prelim.
Yes, and like I said, I did file the petition already. I didn't include a notice of hearing because I didn't know what date we were gonna get, and I wanted to show a good faith effort that I was in fact going to file
And then,
it.
of course, Ms. Schroeder, you should have some time to look through the petition if you haven't received it already,
I
decipher it and set it for hearing and talk to your client about it.
Yes, Your Honor, and in fairness again to the prosecutor, I did receive it. It was later in the day. I was in court most of Tuesday, so I
Right.
did receive it. And then yesterday was kind of a personal reason day that was not great.
All right.
So I would appreciate the opportunity to review that more.
So we set the motion 2 weeks out, would you think? From today's date?
I guess I'll defer to Ms. Schroeder. I'm
Yeah.
ready to argue as soon as next week if that's what we can do, but
It's, since your client's out, we don't have any type of, you know.
correct, yeah.
I am whatever, I'm fine with what the court can give me.
All
I'm
right.
kind of not.
So, okay.
That's the.
That's
Thanksgiving's a problem.
That's my concern, is that we're gonna run into holidays.
If parties are ready, we could do it as early as next week.
That would just be the immunity motion.
Yes. Mhm.
So next Thursday?
If that, I would defer to Ms. Schroeder on that, because my portion's kind of done at this point.
So it's actually 1 week or 3 weeks, I would think now. Since 2 weeks is, yeah.
I mean, I think with the holidays and everything, Mr. Porter's wondering if we could push it up to the 3 weeks.
All right.
We're gonna have to.
As long as there's no objection to that.
That's fine.
All right. So we'll set the motion for immunity 3 to 4 weeks out.
Let's do December. Do you want to do the motion on PCC day?
Sure. Yeah, that's
How
fine.
about, no, I'm sorry, December 13th at 9?
December 13th at 9 o'clock for the immunity motion. And then did you want to hold off setting the prelim until that day? Or did you want to have a backup date already set?
Considering the way our docket's going right now, I think it'd probably be best to set a date right now.
So we can probably set it at least a couple weeks from.
I would say 2 weeks after that,
Yeah, so
which I think is
that'll
gonna
be-
run us into Christmas
it's gonna run us right into
in the new year.
a January date, most likely.
January?
Yeah.
Um,
To be fair, that's December 13th would be the motion for the motion for immunity. And then we'll go, if we go 2 weeks out, we run into Christmas, so we'll go 3 weeks out. So we'll get a January date. Or the holidays, the 25th and the New Year holiday would both, we run into both of those.
would January 3rd at 1:30 work?
January 3rd at 1:30, does that work?
I've got nothing going on.
Let me give me just one moment, Your Honor. I'm going back and forth between pages here. You said January 3rd, is that correct?
January 3rd at 1:30.
I'm showing my schedule clear at this time, so that will be fine.
All right, so we'll set the motion for immunity on December 13th at 9 o'clock. And then we've adjourned the prelim to January 3rd at 1:30. This is a good cause adjournment. Anything else, Ms. Wilson?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor, just for clarity purposes, does the court want the complaining witness present for that motion date? The way we've done it in the past, it's mostly just been arguments between attorneys.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Okay, yep,
Yeah, if not, then I'll let you know beforehand.
okay,
I've not seen the motion for immunity, but you're correct. It's usually argument. And there's no reason it would think, unless, Ms. Schroeder, you see that you might need to cross-examine the witness for some reason, it'll be subject to argument and then a hearing if we need a hearing on that.
I mean, I think the purpose of the motion
Yeah.
is to,
right.
regarding
Yeah, I
his
don't think
cross
she
Right.
can
exposure.
trust
All
him.
right,
Yep.
all right.
I think
That's a
at
fair
this
statement.
time, I think that, yeah, I don't think.
All right, so let's leave it for December 13th at 9 o'clock and the arguments are fine based on the motion. If I read anything and I see something different, I'll let you know.
Very good, thank you.
All right, so I am a good cause adjourning this for 2403-266 to December 13th for the motion and for preliminary examination on January 3rd at 1:30. Anything else on the record on this file, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Schroeder?
Now for the defense, thank you.
All right, Mr. Porter, we'll see you on that, possibly on December 13th date for the motion on the preliminary examination for January 3rd.
Plan on
What are
being
we
here on the
doing?
15th. Oh, yes, we can get that in just a second. What were you asking me, Wendy?
If you would mind just handing, your client one copy off the printer, please, thank you. I just
Yep,
wanna
there
make
you
sure
go.
he has notice.
And that's your copy of everything, and then
That's for me.
yes, and that's for, yep, this is the 3rd and then the 13th. Okay, all right, you are good to go. I'm gonna finish up some other stuff with your file, and then we will meet before that next hearing date, okay? Yes, she did call back late yesterday. I just wasn't in front of my computer at the time for personal stuff, but yeah, I will get back with her today, okay? All right, thank you. Yes, you're free to leave. Thank
All
you
right.
so much for your patience.
And Mr. Goodrich, are you ready on Mr. Parker?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03-210. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jeremy Parker. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich,
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Parker, who is standing to my right.
and sir, you are Jeremy Parker, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that the defendant will be unconditionally waiving his right to a preliminary exam. The people also unconditionally waive their right to a preliminary exam. We are requesting bind over as to count 1, that is the possession by a prohibited person, and count 3, that is the felony firearm that corresponds to count 1. And we will be moving to dismiss count 2 and count 4 as we are unable to proceed with those charges at this time.
And is that your understanding of the bind over request? The waiver of the bind over is to dismiss counts 2 and 4 and bind over on counts 1 and 3.
That's
Yes,
correct.
yes, Your Honor.
And so since we're dismissing counts 2 and 4 at the bind over, and we're just binding over 1 and 3, we'll do a nollie process on those?
Yes.
So we'll entertain the nollie process on those, and Ms. Labiak has that. And then Mr. Goodrich may inquire of Mr. Parker, once you have the opportunity to see that Ms. Wilson has dismissed counts 2 and 4, may I inquire of Mr. Parker of his preliminary examination waiver?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, I'm in possession of the nollie process on, this would be counts 2 and 4 concerning file 243210. And it is my understanding, Mr. Parker, that these are going to be dismissed as stated on the record. You understand you have a right to a preliminary examination within 21 days of your date of arraignment. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by Attorney Dale Goodrich. Did I say Dale?
Yes.
It's not Dale,
No,
is
it's
it?
not. I think you've done that before.
I
too.
think I've done that before too, Mr. Goodrich. I apologize for that. It's Attorney Luke Goodrich. And he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses, contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It is my understanding it is your wish today to waive your right to a preliminary examination and have this bound over on counts 1 and 3. Counts 2 and 4 are going to be dismissed by the prosecution in regards to the nollie process. Is it your wish today to waive your right to a preliminary examination and have this case bound over on counts 1 and 3?
You gotta say yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wilson, do the people also waive their right to a preliminary examination?
We do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, I find the waiver of the preliminary examination to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I will provide the documentation, bind over documentation. I just wrote on here, bind over on counts 1 and 3, dismiss counts 2 and 4, and I have the nollies on 2 and 4, and I'll provide that documentation to counsel for signature.
Wait a second. You're signing the waiving the exam. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Leviak. All right, I'm in possession of the documentation bind over documentation on file 24032210. The examination has been waived on today's date, which is November 14th, 2024. Anything else to come to the court's attention before the court signs the bind over documentation? Ms. Wilson.
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
No, Your Honor.
All right. I will sign the bind over documentation. Mr. Parker, your time in district court is done. You'll get so you'll on to circuit court under the terms that have been discussed on the record. And any time in the circuit court, your appearance you'll get from your attorney, Mr. Goodrich. All right. All right. That's all for the record in 24032210. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance. Mr. Goodrich, I apologize. That's the second time I've called you Dale. I don't know where that comes from.
It's actually at least the third year.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You just look like a Dale.
He does not. He does not. I don't even know where that name comes from. So
Dale Cartwrighter?
I don't know. Maybe. Right. But I just can't call anybody what comes into my head. That's not how it works.
Listen, it's not, I'm surprised. Jacob or,
Jared. Yep. He is wonderful.
All right, and we can do Mr. Kelly after we do Mr.
Yeah.
Dodd Brown.
Yes, you want me to start? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yep.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24022750. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Tricorius Dodd Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Donnelly.
Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of the defendant, Jacorius Dodd Brown, who is to my right.
And sir, you are Tricorius Dodd Brown, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have Officer Von Bartley present today, and I am ready to start the exam. I did indicate to Ms. Donnelly before that Officer Candell, who is another witness that is needed for the preliminary exam, is out of state at this time. Speaking with Ms. Donnelly, we're both in agreement at this point that we're ready to proceed and start the exam today so that we don't have an issue coming back later and then not have Officer Von Bartley, and then we're just kind of in that cycle.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Ms. Donnelly?
Your Honor, yes, it is. At this time, though, we would be objecting to the adjournment for Candell, but we understand that the reason why he's not here, Your Honor.
All right, so with the objection to the witness being out of state, we can start the prelim. We have the witness here, and so we'll start the preliminary examination today. Is that the intent to call the one witness today? So there's nobody in the courtroom right now,
No.
except somebody from the prosecutor's office.
That's correct.
So I will invoke sequestration once counsel brings it to my attention that anybody walks in that shouldn't be walking in or be a party to watching another witness testify. With that understanding, Ms. Wilson, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Officer Emmanuel Von Bartley.
Officer Von Bartley, you can come up here. And please indicate your first name, your last name, and spell them both for the record.
Emmanuel Von Bertley, IMMANUEL VAUGHN -BURTLEY.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. The microphone is for recording purposes, as you know, so please project to the back of the room as best you can. Ms. Wilson, you, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Von Bertley, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
And where are you employed?
Lansing Police Department,
And what is your job title?
police officer,
What are your general duties?
road patrol.
And were you working as a Lansing police officer on March 16th of 2024?
I was.
And what were you wearing while you were working?
My city and department issued police uniform.
And does that have police designated on it?
It does.
Okay. Now, on that March 16th date, were you dispatched to the area of East Michigan Avenue and Friendship Circle?
I was.
And is that in the city of Lansing,
It is.
Ingham County,
It is.
state of Michigan?
It is.
And what was that dispatch for?
It was dispatched for a troublesome subject, in regards to subject arguing with a catbus driver, refusing to get off.
And did you in fact go to that area?
I did.
And did you make contact with anybody when you arrived?
I did.
And who was that?
Todd Brown,
Do you remember his first name?
Trey Aquarius.
Okay. And how did you learn his name?
He told me.
Okay. And what happened after you made contact with them?
So I made contact with him. He approached me, began to talk to me about the incident, as my partner was talking to the bus driver. And I asked him to give me his name. He gave me his name. And my partner ran his name through lien. And my partner informed me that he had warrants out of our jurisdiction. I didn't place him under arrest.
And did you then transport him to jail?
I did.
And what happened when you got to jail?
When I got to the jail, I discovered that he had a second pair of pants on underneath his top layer of pants, sweatpants. And I discovered crystal methamphetamine in his left pants pocket.
And can you describe a little bit what that looked like?
It was a small white baggie and a bigger clear baggie with Suboxone.
And as a general procedural position, do people usually get searched before they're booked into jail?
They do.
Okay. And is that when you discovered the second layer of pants?
Yes.
And what did you do with that substance after you found it?
I turned it over to my FTO at the time.
And who was that?
Segar Candell.
Okay. And at that point, was Mr. Dodd Brown then booked in without incident?
Yes, he was.
Okay. I have nothing further.
One clarifying question. Do you see Mr. Dodd Brown in the courtroom today?
I do.
And what if anything is he wearing, and where's he sitting in the courtroom?
White glasses, and he was sitting in front of me to my left.
All right. Any follow-up questions based on the court's question, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Donnelly?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Ms. Donnelly, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, or, yeah, no, good afternoon,
Good
Officer Von Bertley. So you said that Mr. Dodd Brown approached you outside the Catabus.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you said that he was arrested on a warrant,
Yes, he was.
and he was transferred to Lansing Police Department without any incident?
Yes, he was.
All right. And when you got to Lansing Police Department, were you the only one performing a search of his person?
No, I was not.
Okay. And you said that and so do you recall which side of Trey Corus you were on when you were searching him, which pocket?
Yes, so I was standing behind him, and I was reaching, I believe it was into his left pants pocket. I was actually, that's my mistake. I was on his right side. I was standing on his right.
So you're saying that you found you searched him on his right side, and you searched the pants inside of the pants he was wearing?
Yes, second layer.
All right, and so that right pocket is where you located a bag, right?
Yes,
And you said it was a clear bag, a baggie?
yes.
All right, was it a Ziploc or like a sandwich fold over?
It was more of a Ziploc bag.
Okay, and you said inside of that bag were two separate things, correct?
Yes,
All right, and you said that they were they were smaller baggies inside of the bigger bag?
it was one small white bag inside of that bag.
Okay, and what it was in that white small bag?
Methamphetamine.
Or what you suspected was
Yes.
meth? Okay, and why did you suspect it was meth?
Just based on my training and experience.
What about that training experience tells you that that was meth?
My interactions with it before, just the visual appearance of it and how it was packaged.
And you said how was it packaged?
It was bundled up in a very small, almost like a rock, in a bag.
Okay. And then you said that you removed the bag from Miss Trecoris's pants to identify it, right?
Yes.
All right. And then immediately after that, what did you do with the bag?
I placed it on the counter.
Okay, all right. And then after that, did you move the bag on the counter at all?
I did.
Okay, and what did you do with it then?
I took it upstairs with my FTO, field training officer at the time. And he performed the TrueNarc test on it, and then I tagged it into evidence.
Okay, so you said that you took it upstairs. That means that you were searching him in the police department on the third floor of this building, correct?
Yes, it was.
And then you placed it on the counter, and then you removed it from the counter, and you and Candell took it to the fourth floor?
Yes,
Okay, and that's where Candell tested it with the TrueNarc, correct?
correct.
Okay, and were you present when it was tested?
I do not recall.
All right, and do you recall the time in which after you removed the baggie from Mr. Trecoris's pants and then you put it on the counter, did you at any time lose sight of it?
Yes,
When was that?
when I was finishing searching his person.
Okay, you would still be standing right in front of the counter, right?
Yes,
It's just that you didn't have your eyes on what was on the counter. You were looking,
at him.
you were searching Mr. but you were still there. Okay. So there was no other point at which you walked away from the counter and the baggie on it?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, no further questions.
Any redirect, Ms. Wilson?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Officer Von Bertley, you indicated on cross that the surgeon was in this building, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you know the address of this building?
yes.
What is that?
120 West Michigan Avenue.
And to the best of your knowledge, is that in Lansing,
Yes, it is.
Ingham County,
Yes, it is.
state of Michigan?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from the people?
Email, Your Honor.
Ms. Donnelly, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for your appearance today. You're all set.
Thank you.
Any further witnesses today? Again, I think we're adjourning for Mr. Candell.
That's
Officer Candell. So, so at this point in time, it's my understanding we'll be adjourning for Officer Candell to come back from state, and then we'll recontinue the preliminary examination. Is that your understanding, Ms. Wilson?
That is.
Ms. Donnelly?
Yes.
And you've objected to us starting it, but once that objection was overruled, we've started. So we are through one witness on the preliminary examination, and we'll get a date for the adjournment.
I don't.
Do you know when he's gonna be back?
I
Mr.
don't. I texted him and he hasn't responded, so I'm not sure when he's
So
gonna be back.
let's set it out for the earlier date, and then
Okay.
we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
because
appreciate
And
it.
Yeah,
I can
somebody
be in touch with
incarcerated.
Miss Donnelly and the court if I hear that he's
All
not
right.
available.
so as soon as we can, the date, and then we'll see what the officer schedule, because he may still be out depending on the date. First week in December. Oh, yeah. Short test.
December 6th at 9.
December 6th at 9?
Yeah.
And then we'll leave it to the parties to see if we need the hearing, or we'll set that at 9 o'clock right off the bat to get Officer Candel's testimony. All right, so we've reset for December 6th at 9 o'clock for Officer Candel testimony. Anything else for the record in docket 2402-750, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Donley?
Not for defense.
All right, Mr. Dodd Brown, I'll see you on December 6th at 9 o'clock. You should be all set. Let me give you.
So when they upload it, it doesn't go directly to us, it's left to share it.
All right. the
Oh,
purple folder.
Stupid.
The first purple
Oh,
folder is where everything lives in.
If they don't check everything,
in case.
even when they share it, if they don't check something, it doesn't get shared.
Okay.
It's so stupid.
Okay, so you gotta follow up and see.
Yeah,
They
I-
said they get the videos from the jail.
The jail,
videos,
right,
really
yeah.
what I want.
I requested it, and so I'm gonna follow up with Discovery and see
Okay.
where we're at with it.
Okay.
Right, and you want to do Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Because
Oh,
he's
yes,
not here
yeah.
this afternoon, is my understanding.
Yes.
Nope, yep.
All
And
right.
yeah, I looked this morning, he's still in custody in Eaton County.
All right. So we'll need at least 2 weeks to rid him out, right?
Yeah,
That was,
which gets into Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's gonna happen, you know,
Yeah, I
he's,
don't
he's
know.
got sentencing, well, let me check, I'll check the I'm gonna check the ROA here real quick and see what happened.
That is the sentencing.
and restitution.
Restitution
Is there,
hearing.
and is that going to be a hearing, do you think?
I
think we
think
said it.
so. I
Okay.
need, after looking at things, I need to talk with the victim a bit more, but my understanding right now is that we're proceeding to a hearing.
And
All right.
I've got witnesses ready to go too.
All right, so let's put some time. So we'll have to put a couple hours just in case.
Yeah.
All right,
So
so let's get a date
Yeah,
and
they
then
still
we'll
have
put that on the
discussion
record.
because that's,
how about if we do it on December 13th at 9:30, it's a PCC day for us.
Okay,
All right.
December 13th.
And it was both the sentencing and restitution.
Yeah.
hearing, I
It's,
believe.
and I have a PA 53 as a part of
So
that.
he pled
Yeah.
to the PA 53, but we were holding off on sentencing on the
Okay.
PA 53, so that's why we're still with that.
December, what's that date?
13 and at 9:30.
Okay, at 9:30. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-476. That was scheduled for 1:30 this afternoon. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Robert Kelly. It was sentenced for sentence probation, sentencing. There was going to be a sentencing on the PA 53 contempt hearing, and there was a restitution hearing. It's been brought to my attention that Mr. Kelly is in Eaton County, in the Eaton County Jail, so you have to be rid out. This happened, in the last
Tuesday is when he got
Hey,
transferred.
so within a week it happened. So we'll adjourn, so we've got a date of adjourning to December 13th at 9:30 for all of these things to be combined and then rescheduled. And we will writ Mr. Kelly out of Eaton County. He is in Eaton County.
If he
is-
stays here.
Yeah, is that your understanding of what we know and what we're trying to do today, Ms. Wilson?
That is my understanding of the situation we have as of right now.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Don?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll adjourn both these matters and the restitution hearing for December 13th at 9:30. And then the court will be responsible for writting the defendant out of the Eaton County Jail as the last known address at this time. Anything else for the record in 2402-476, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Donnelly?
Not for defense.
All right, we're all set on those files. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance. Yeah, what? Well, that actually works out to put that on the record now, just so we don't have to put it quickly on the afternoon.
We ran like 3 exams and got done by 12.
We did fine. We did really, we did well today. We did well. What's that? Yes. On Kelly? Yeah. Yeah, Wendy doesn't like the fact that that's being adjourned a lot.
We're not muted anymore.
All right, so on the iPhone 100120024, would you please identify yourself? Sir, are you Maurice Anthony? You're gonna have to unmute.
Yes, I'm
All
here.
right.
I'm sorry.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24020068. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Maurice Anthony. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson.
Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Mr. Anthony. We both appear by Zoom today.
All right, and sir, you are Maurice Anthony, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so I have, this is the time set for preliminary examination. I have that this was adjourned for good cause on August 13th. There's a good cause adjournment for August 22nd for outstanding discovery. On September 27th, there was a waiver of the 21-day rule. There was a conflict for some medical issues on October 17th. I think that was the start of the medical oral surgery issues.
That's correct.
October 31st was an adjournment for oral surgery. And now we're again here on November 14th, ready to go for prelim. Ms. Schroeder is here via Zoom and Mr. Anthony's here at his preliminary examination via Zoom. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we're going to be doing another adjournment. I know that Ms. Schroeder provided a photo of Mr. Anthony's prescription bottle probably an hour ago. I'm not sure if she's gotten anything additional as to the situation with the narcotics, but I would defer to Ms. Schroeder on that.
All right, so that's a request from the defense, or is that a joint request for adjournment today?
Request from the defense.
All right, Ms. Schroeder.
Yes, Your Honor, that is accurate. Mr. Anthony informed me yesterday that he has been, from what best I can understand, is some complications from the surgery. There's an infection and some other matters. He indicated to me he is still being prescribed the narcotics in question and is having some issues with, I guess, mobility is the best way to put it. He's had some court dates in Ann Arbor, which is the area which he lives, that he had to attend by Zoom this morning as well due to medical concerns. I have requested from him some additional documentation outside of the, I did put that in an email to him earlier after he sent me the bottle picture this afternoon. I would ask for the adjournment at this time and request, I believe the court is going to be needing, and I believe I told him as well, an end date for when realistically we can get this all sorted out. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Anthony, we've gone through several adjournments, so the court's going to need some medical documentation at the next preliminary examination to be provided to Ms. Schroeder and Ms. Wilson. You can provide it to Ms. Schroeder, and Ms. Schroeder will provide to Ms. Wilson concerning medical documentation that you actually cannot make it to court on today's date, November 14th. All right, sir?
Yes, I will.
Okay, and you'll have that. You'll have whatever paperwork that explains the absence today. I'm going to grant the adjournment, but require the medical documentation to be presented to the assistant prosecutor on behalf of your attorney at the next preliminary examination. And then, Ms. Schroeder, what's the time frame that we're looking at, since it appears that the next date is going to be the preliminary examination. We're going to have it. So let's make sure we have a date that everybody's comfortable with.
I would at this point have to defer to Mr. Anthony because I am unsure as to the timeline we are looking at on this matter.
Mr. Anthony, what's your timeline?
I have to talk to the doctor.
All right, well, that's really not an answer to me.
Right.
I have to talk to the doctor is not an answer.
Yeah. Probably like 3 weeks.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the 30-day adjournment, 30-day adjournment, final adjournment. So we will run a prelim. So we will either waive or run a prelim or plead it out, but something will happen in court on the 6th floor. That'll be on the 6th floor, City Hall of Lansing. Zoom is inappropriate for that meeting. Okay, yeah. We will be in person. Witnesses will be called for the preliminary examination, and then we'll figure it out then. But we'll adjourn for preliminary examination. And this is the final examination. So one way or another, we're going on this date. Just because the case is this was arraigned on July 30th. So we're getting, this case is putting in its time. So we'll adjourn the preliminary examination for
December 12th at 8:30.
December 12th at 8:30. So I will see everybody here on December 12th at 8:30 for the preliminary examination. That'll be live in person, and Ms. Wilson will indicate any documentation that should be provided that necessitates the non-appearance or the medical documentation that supports the defendant for failing to appear, any medical documentation. So that is for December 12th. I will indicate for the record that the 21-day rule was waived on September 27th. Anything else for the record in 24-02068, Ms. Wilson?
Time for the people.
Ms. Schroeder?
Now for the defense, thank you.
All right, Mr. Anthony, you're all set. We'll see you on Friday, December 12th at 8:30.
All right, that'll work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I think the 12th is actually a Thursday, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Schroeder. Then we have Mr. Feigelson.
I am covering that matter.
I wondered why you were staying on Zoom. I thought maybe you just liked this,
Well, no, I am, Mr. Feigelson is at the CDAM conference, so I am covering.
Okay, well, all right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02956. That is the people of the state of Michigan versus Devin Frazier. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson.
Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Devin Frazier, filling in for Attorney of Record Stephen Feigelson. It's my understanding Mr. Frazier is in the Ingham County Jail. Today's date is for a matter with regard to the paperwork, I guess, is my understanding from Mr. Feigelson for the Forensic Center.
That's correct. And I'll indicate for the record, and then I'll allow counsel to provide any supplemental. This was previously scheduled on October 10th and October 31st. There is a pending file in Judge Ward's court, and my understanding is that the defendant was petitioned on that file.
Ms. Levy, I just indicated that Mr. Frazier is here in the courtroom.
All right, so Mr. Frazier, you can come up here.
Oh, did not know that.
So we have just learned Mr. Frazier is indeed on this file.
Sorry, Judge, I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think Ms. Schroeder knew that.
I had no idea
All
it
right.
had been released. I apologize.
All right. So sir, you are Devin Frazier, is that correct?
Yeah, Devin J. Frazier, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is time set. What we did was we took the incompetence file that the other file was set for incompetence, and we used it as a flashpoint to say, all right, this should work on every file. So my understanding is that they want the old file, they want this file number as part of the evaluation. So we're setting that was the problem, is that they wouldn't use our file number, Judge Ward's file number, on this file. So we are under, and so we're using that evaluation, that report, to indicate that the defendant is incompetent, but to stand trial as made restorable. Is that your understanding, Ms. Wilson?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you. And we stipulated to the findings the last time. I guess I'll stipulate to the findings this round again.
Yeah, and Mr. Feigelson, who is here, we did stipulate to the findings of the other file. Ms. Schroeder, this is kind of new to you because you're covering, and Mr. Frazier is here. Did you want some time to speak with Mr. Frazier? I don't know if that's necessary.
I don't think it's necessary at this time,
All
Mr.
right.
Frazier. We're just going to be stipulating again. I am confused as to what the Forensic Center was looking for specifically, still a little bit, but we will give them what they wish.
They were, to be frank, Ms. Schroeder, they were looking for the file number.
Okay.
They wanted to have the same file number on that order to represent this file, as opposed to another file that they were treating differently. I'll also say for the record.
Oh, okay. So the treatment order.
That's what they were afraid of. And so it was kind of a bureaucratic nightmare. There was also for the record, this court did indicate that we would take all the files just to have all the files in one place, and the files continue to be in separate courts. And I don't have an answer for that. All right.
I understand now. It sounds like
All right.
they want to be able to do orders. If I'm understanding
right.
correctly,
So-
they want orders. Okay.
All right. So with that stipulation too, and I'll indicate for the record, that would be a stipulation to the finding of incompetence done by Andrea Vandenberg. If that report is stipulated to, I will sign the order, and then Mr. Frazier will have a certain time period to be found competent by the Center for Forensic Evaluation. We'll also set this for a date, its own date, so we don't lose track of the file.
Certainly.
All right. Is that a fair statement? That's what that's what the parties are requesting, is that I sign the order that the defendant is incompetent based on the report and to stand trial, incompetent to stand trial, but the report indicates that he is restorable, and then we'll set it for a control date in 60 days or so.
Yep.
Okay,
That's
that's your
That's my
understanding?
understanding. Yep.
All right. So I'm going to indicate that the competency hearing was held based on the stipulation of the report. And I'm going to sign the order on this file. And that will be today's date, 11/14/2024. And then, so that'll be in the file, and then we'll set this for a control date. And are the other files set for a control date at this time? Yeah, I just want to make sure we don't overlap with any of the
Yeah.
other files.
They have it at their dock for December 27th.
I-
At 5.
At 5 o'clock. No. I don't, yeah, that's not gonna work for us.
I doubt it will work for them either.
Yeah.
I was.
Thank you, Ms. Schroeder, because that's.
I would hazard
let's
to
set
guess.
it- We'll find a day, 60 day out, and we'll set this file for that date so we'll know what they've done on their files, and then we'll address what's going on in this file.
January 16th.
Okay, so we'll set it for January 16th at 8:30 for control date. Mr. Frazier, you'll receive notice right there from my court officer. And we've set this file for January 16th at 8:30. Ms. Schroeder's covering for Mr. Feigelson, so Mr. Feigelson should be your attorney on that date. And that's so we don't lose track of the file. Anything else for the record in docket 2402956, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Schroeder.
Not the defense. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Frazier, you've gotten that notice date. We'll be back here on January 16th at 8:30. All right, sir? All right, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Schroeder. I didn't place it on the record, but I think